Muy buenas tardes.
A very good afternoon. Welcome back, colleagues, distinguished delegation. We're going to begin this afternoon's meeting. We will continue with Ms. Natalia Wala. I'm going to give the floor to the distinguished delegation to answer the questions made before this afternoon's meeting. Once again, I would appeal to you to be very concise and specific in your replies because we have little time and we want to really hear the core message connected to the question. You have the floor, Madam Prosecutor, or Sir Prosecutor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To start off, let me give the floor to Ms. Mazia to answer the questions on Article 11 regarding relating to evacuations and early warning.
Thank you, Attorney General. To answer the questions that were posed under Article 11 before we broke for lunch, with regard to evacuation, I would like to note that the National Emergency Operation Plan and the relief guidelines of the National Disaster Management Authority follow the internationally recognized sphere humanitarian standards, ensuring that emergency responses meet global best practices. The National Emergency Operations Plan, or the NEOP, provides a general framework for operations during emergencies and emphasizes that persons with disabilities should be given special attention with lead agencies identified to oversee this. The specific steps for supporting persons with disabilities are better detailed in sectoral plans, such as the Health Emergency Operations Plan, the Airport Emergency Plan, which outline practical measures to ensure the inclusivity during emergencies. In terms of specific evac practices, the current practice gives special attention to persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups, where efforts are then made to identify whether any vulnerable persons live on the premises in the situation or instances of emergencies. And during relocation of people affected by disasters and allocating them to temporary premises, preference is given to placing persons with disabilities or other vulnerable individuals in premises that are accessible for them. During food and medication distribution, priority is given to persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups, even though there's no certain formal mechanism, so to speak. This importance is consistently maintained in practice. With regard to the early warning mechanisms, we acknowledge and recognize that the most critical segment in terms of coming up or devising an early warning mechanism is the involvement of persons with disabilities in disaster risk reduction efforts. We note that multiple consultations have involved persons with disabilities where they've expressed their concerns and ideas on how they can best receive warnings or how plans can best accommodate for them in the most appropriate and compatible communication formats and methods. We're undertaking an early warning for all initiative, which is a program or a project that's being undertaken to incorporate elements that I noted before into the early warning mechanisms. I would just like to briefly touch upon awareness components in this regard. The existing risk awareness campaign, which is domestically known as Hushiar, was developed through consultations with persons with disabilities. The campaign video spots include sign language interpretation and subtitles, and it prominently features persons with disabilities themselves, ensuring that the content is accessible and relatable as well. In terms of awareness plans, regional awareness plans have been conducted through this program, and communities were brought on board in terms of embedding associations advocating for visually impaired people and also the Deaf Association. That will be all. Thank you.
The next questions were related to Article 8, specifically questions related to efforts to mark the International Day of Persons with Disabilities and measures taken to combat stigma and negative stereotypes and discrimination. I would like to request uh, Mr. Ahmad Atif to answer the questions related to Article 8.
Attorney General, if I may summarize the initial question before the lunch break, it's on the marking of international persons with disability, on the positive image which removing stigma, and also the barrier for the minimizing barrier for sign language, and also sensitization of media for mainstream reporting, and also for the decentralized mechanism on community-based rehabilitation. So I would like to touch on these 5 areas. To mark the International Day of Persons with Disability, every year with all the stakeholders, we mark the day on the designated theme. I would like to, for the time constraint, I would like to highlight on the last engagement we had in the IDPD last year. We initially started with the engagement of DPOs, disabled persons organizations, as well as various leading people with disability on the team, and also the other stakeholders on what are the activities that we could carry out. And from the start to the end, all the activities were carried out as per the suggestions given by various stakeholders, including disabled persons organization. As to comment on the positive image, we put a lot of efforts in portraying success stories in the mainstream media through social media channels in various platforms, including our office. And then what we focus is we identify those key persons with disability who, with a lot of challenges, they act as leaders or they do a lot of leadership work, and then we portray their positive as well as success stories. This way we get a lot of positive feedback from the community, as well as we hope that in the long run the image of negative stigma would be reduced when we portray the positive side. As to the barrier of sign language, ultimately we are also very challenged. However, efforts have been made from our various limited sign language interpreters. There are 2 engagements we had. One, we run a basic sign language program for all the stakeholders, including officers who are people with disabilities, they are employed, as well as parallelly we work on the accreditation of Maldives Qualification Authority accredited course. And then I'm happy to announce that the letter is now announced, and it's in the process of application is announced. As to the sensitization of media, we engage with the media personnel on ways how positively persons with disability can be reported, as to what to do and what not to do, and what is the language that they need to be sensitized with, and also to be cautioned. This way, we feel that though little progress, but there are identified few media personnel who are actually trying to be cautious about the sensitization of reporting persons with disability in the media. As to the last one, we are the CBR, and we understand, as considering the geographic makeup of our small nation, the community-based rehabilitation is one of the key areas where we need to focus. Last decade, we have been trying to find the ideal model to implement CBR, community-based rehabilitation. Last 2 years, we have been working with UNESCO in order to revise the training module, and also to training of trainers in terms of implementing the program in the atoll level. And then initially, you must have heard about our basic approach for decentralized mechanism is multisectoral group, which is called IBAMA, which is based in various islands. So we empower these community groups to how to implement CBR, and in the initial response, how they can cater to people with disabilities in the decentralized mechanism. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Vuelvo a dar.
Thank you. I give the floor to Ms. Natalia Wala to continue with her questions. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And once again, I'd like to thank the delegation for their answers. We're going to continue now with Article 15 under protection against torture. In the list of replies in paragraph 67, the state party indicates that they have recorded 5 reports in connection with people with disabilities up to December of 2022. We'd like to ask the delegation if they could provide an update on reports lodged in the National Human Rights Commission in connection with allegations of torture or inhumane treatment on the part of victims who are people with disabilities in the last few years. We'd also like to ask the delegation if they could outline the various measures made available by the state party for people with disabilities to be able to lodge reports in connection with reasonable accommodation or support as necessary. And then thirdly, we'd like to ask the state party in particular what measures have been adopted for people with special needs where you have lodged 4 or 5 such reports as indicated in the list of issues. Have you adopted measures to prevent such violence from occurring or torture or inhumane treatment vis-a-vis people with disabilities in homes for people with special needs? Thank you. Thank you very much. And I turn to the distinguished delegation for their answers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to, regarding the questions related to Article 15, we would like to send the replies in writing.
Gracias. Este formato.
Thank you. Generally, the replies in writing we keep as a last resort. We really, if we have time, would like to hear from you here during the meeting. But of course, if it's not possible, it can be a matter of last resort. Natalia Wala, please. Thank you. I would stress what our chair has just said in that we need to have some answers. If you don't have the number of reports that have been recorded, identified, we understand you might need to check, but I want to know if you have adopted measures in homes for people with special needs that prevent there from being acts of violence, some kind of supervisory mechanism to ensure that there's no violence or mistreatment of people with disabilities. Would the distinguished delegation be so kind as to give us an answer, even though it might not be complete? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I requested to defer because I wanted to save some time. it would but if you would like to get some answers on some of the questions you just raised, we'll be more than happy to do it. I'll ask our delegate from Ministry of Health to answer some of the questions, and the remaining questions we will still try to give a reply before the end of this session.
Oh, thank you very much, Attorney General. Yeah, of course, this has been a concern of ours when we started implementing the standard of procedure. Right now, we do have a standard of procedure. Recently, we also launched a handbook where all the procedures are written and the staffs are sensitized on the acts and penalizing and also on the guidelines that protects the PWs as well as all patients with mental health. And also we have realized that the staffs initially when selected they did not have a background of knowledge of in dealing with these patients, but right now we have also initiated a course specifically on specific target groups in the residential setting. For example, for the elderly, people who look after the elderly, they have to undergo a specialized training program, and at the same time, staffs who also look after the PWs will be sensitized on different aspects of uh, PW conditions. We've also installed CCTV cameras, and also there are standard protocols that the staffs should follow if there is an incident that violates the rights of PWs or in general any patient or in general any patient. Also at the same time, there are two reporting mechanisms which are incident based and also accident based. So these measures are staffs are educated on these measures, and also there's a strong monitoring mechanism implemented by the ministry as well. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Señora Natalia.
Thank you very much. Ms. Natalia Wala, please. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to refer to Article 16. In the replies from the State Party, you set out a series of legal mechanisms available for lodging complaints on various grounds. In the Maldives, the police is one of the bodies that receives complaints. Now, do the police receive training as to how to deal with complaints lodged by people with disabilities? If so, could the delegation indicate the percentage of the police force that has benefited from some kind of training connected to dealing with complaints that have been lodged by people with disabilities? Furthermore, this morning you explained that you're making significant efforts to guarantee accessibility for complaints to be lodged. Could the delegation explain what the main challenges have been in implementing these kinds of measures for accessibility, reasonable accommodation as part of procedures for complaints to be lodged? This morning, you also said that in light of the policy for care for victims of gender-based violence, you also had some guidelines for the lodging of complaints by girls and women with disabilities. Do these services and policies include sign language interpretation, for example, or other kinds of alternative forms of communication, augmentative forms of communication, so that people with disabilities can independently go and lodge complaints when they've faced gender-based violence? Thank you very much. I now turn to the delegation, says the chair.
Uh, on the questions regarding Article 16, I would like to first ask Ms. Faina Fayyaz to answer some of the questions, and followed by that, Ms. Mazia will answer the rest of the questions.
Thank you, Attorney General. Um, First, I would like to bring to the attention of the committee that the Maldives Police Service Act has been overhauled. We have a brand new act which is more human rights. The policing is now more based on a human rights approach. And the police force is receiving constant trainings now in terms of various aspects of human rights. It might not necessarily be on how to deal with vulnerable groups when they come in to lodge a complaint, but the general parts are covered. And I could provide some statistics on the human rights training that have been conducted to the Maldives Police Service from 2020 until 2025. So as I mentioned before, human rights and ethical conduct are integrated into regular training, and including prison management aligned with the Nelson Mandela rules. And the custodial officers participate in annual joint sessions with the Human Rights Commission of the Maldives. Human rights and anti-torture training programs have been conducted for the Maldives Police Service, with 189 officers trained in Addo City. They've completed an online course, and 33 participants have attended awareness sessions across 3 islands. Separate training in Addo City engaged 211 officers, covering introduction to human rights, constitutional rights, vulnerable groups, human rights and policing, detention, and use of force. So when international human rights is covered, conventions that we are party to is also covered. So they do receive a basic training on principles enshrined in the conventions that we are party to, including the CRPD. Furthermore, in 2024, 524 police officers have completed a specially designed anti-torture online course. So like I said, these may not necessarily be training on how to exactly deal with or interact with a person with disability who comes in to report a crime or lodge a complaint, but it incorporates basic concepts of human rights to train these officers on how to conduct their investigations or conduct themselves. Mazia, if you would like to add anything. Thank you.
Within the law enforcement sector, I would also like to add that in terms of judicial actors, all judicial actors, including court officers, they undertake a very extensive induction program that includes human rights and gender sensitization as a key component. If I may address the question that was posed with regard to accessibility to lodge complaints, there are challenges, obviously, in making all our helplines, so all our redress mechanisms and avenues accessible. But the Maldives Police Service, as the primary as one of the primary investigative authorities in the Maldives, they do have different avenues of reporting violations, whether it be through the traditional method of phone calls or being able to lodge a complaint with them in person. Then again, there are persistent challenges, both in terms of technical capacity, like I've mentioned before, and also making the physical infrastructure of offices accessible, and as well as the digital component of being able to file complaints and lodge cases at these avenues. If I could just take an example, one of the good steps that we've taken in this direction would be that the family court has started implementing a mechanism to assist court users with the application process. The utility of this would be that the family court is the primary court hearing contentious cases of divorce, custody, and also when it comes to child rearing finances. But this particular setup as of now does not necessarily extend to only persons with disabilities, but it's in place as a stepping stone in this direction. In terms of making our helplines accessible, I understand that and I would think we have highlighted this before as well, that the ministry's helpline is undergoing a bit of a revamp so that it can be made accessible to persons with disabilities. It's a primary reporting mechanism which will enable persons with disabilities to be able to lodge complaints of rights infringements. Challenges persist in this area, which I think we have highlighted in a number of our responses today, both sectorally and with regard to individual issues. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you. Ms. Natalia Walla, please. Thank you. Thank you very much for pointing these challenges out. For the committee, it's really important to understand progress made by the state party, but ultimately the remaining challenges, so that we can make really useful recommendations for you to help implement the convention. I'd like to ask, in light of this, that when you refer to the number of people trained, here we were talking about police personnel, could you perhaps also give some context as to the percentage of those people trained, or the total number of people trained, so that we can have a clear picture of your reality and the challenges? I would also ask if the services we've been discussing and, well, the coverage of this training, you mentioned that in the case of the police force, there were 3 islands where these training courses were available, and some were done through virtual platforms and telephone lines. I just want to know if you have plans or programs, projects to expand the coverage so that it is truly national and can reach all corners of your territory. I'm now referring to Article 16, sorry. So in connection with these questions, I would like to move to Article 17 now of the Convention. And along the same lines, I'd like to ask what measures have been adopted to ensure that when it comes to substitution in decision making, what measures have been taken to ensure that people with disabilities are not subjected to treatment without having given their consent, particularly for the blind, deaf, people with psychosocial and intellectual disabilities. Thank you very much. Would you mind answering these questions, Attorney General?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, the follow-up question on Article 16 regarding the police training, the numbers and the coverage. I would like to ask Ms. Faina to give a reply to that question, and followed by that, the question on Article 17, Ministry of Health representatives will give an answer.
Thank you, Attorney General. To answer your question, right now we do not have the total number of police officers who have been trained. To give it to you as a percentage, we can definitely try to provide that in writing. However, the basic human rights training that I talked about earlier, it is incorporated into their recruitment training, which means that all police officers, when they become police officers and they take on this recruitment training, they would receive these basic principles of the conventions that we are party to. It might not be as in-depth. The rest of the trainings that I talked about are more specialized, and most of these trainings are conducted by the Human Rights Commission of the Maldives, especially these anti-torture training that is provided through the online platform, as well as through traveling to the islands to conduct these trainings in person. These are carried out by the Human Rights Commission of the Maldives. We will try to provide you with some figures and the number of islands covered for the period since submission of the initial report in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney General. As for the consent part of the patients who are taken for admission, at first, usually how we get the referrals is either voluntarily or by referral from island communities or from an institution. So either way, when we get the admission for the patients, they need a consent is taken from the family if the patient cannot give consent by themselves. And also we've built capacity on as in all the hospitals, we've developed capacity on focal points in mental health. So which means like they will be given assistance when they are about to be given the consent is about to be given. And in the process, the mental health focals and at the primary level, primary healthcare takers will be translating whatever them with a sensitive in a sensitive manner where their diagnosis they are diagnosed. However, we acknowledge the lack of expertise in the field, but we have in the last 1.5 years we've had an immense effort, put an immense effort on building capacity for this reason. And in the process of reintegration, we also like to highlight that technical resource expertise team will be available at all times in identifying their progress and also before reintegrating them back to their families. And this is a mutual understanding that the family members and IBAMA, as explained in the morning sessions, the community stakeholders will be informed about the patient and the condition. So in all these processes, reintegration and both in admission and reintegration, consent will be taken from the family. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Natalia Guana. Thank you. Specifically, actually, in this area, can you tell us if you've adopted measures, specifically health measures, to ensure that persons with disabilities or their relatives can submit complaints when they have received treatment they didn't consent to? Or do you have any other system to identify, as we were talking about this morning, female genital mutilation? The delegation was telling us this morning that it did not have updated data thereon. But could you create a mechanism to identify these situations and also to prevent and refer cases of treatment given without consent, especially forced sterilization? Thank you. The chair, yes, if you could answer, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The follow-up question on Article 17 regarding health measures and specifically whether patients or PWDs can submit complaints. I would like to ask the Health Ministry delegates to give a reply.
Thank you, Attorney General. With regards to FGM, I would like to first of all inform the audience that the health service system doesn't formally acknowledge or formally have a system of providing that service in healthcare. So it is actually privately done or by traditional birth attendants previously. So there's no form, just wanted to inform that there's no formal service system of practicing the practice.
Perdón, disculpe que la interrumpa.
Apologies for interrupting. The question wasn't so much on FGM, but rather on whether you have a place where, or a mechanism designed to receive complaints on FGM and any other violation that might take place in these places. Thank you.
Thank you. The health system has a complaints mechanism. Complaints mechanism is established on any service disruptions or any violations or breach of services, and there are penalties or actions taken on with regards to health professionals if a complaint is placed. So there is a system of monitoring and penalizing and taking action in the health system itself for any complaints regarding the healthcare service, any service that is provided, even from the private sector. Thank you. I hope that answers the question.
Gracias, señora Guana.
Thank you, Ms. Walla. Natalia Walla, the floor is yours again.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Still in the on the same topic, according to what you have told us, actually, these service providers must report on how they perform these procedures. Can the state party tell us how this measure is actually implemented? In other words, how do service providers report back to the state on these processes, and how do you ensure as the state that treatment that hasn't been consented to is not given to people who are not consented to? The chair, could you kindly answer?
I would like to request the representatives from the Health Ministry to answer the question.
Thank you, Attorney General. I do understand the concern here. And in regards to the residential setups, we have a complaint mechanism which is also implemented in the SOPs, written in the SOPs, as well as the staff's being sensitized. And the mechanism and the pathway is sensitized for all the staffs. And we have Maldives Police Services and independently HRCM, and also at times a social investigative team from the ministry by themselves will attend to these cases. And we've also found that recently patients with PWs or any patient in this regard, they can independently inform HRCM as well if they have if they wish to lodge a complaint. And we realize that the scale of torture and discrimination have had an impact due to this pathway and sensitization programs as well.
Perdón la interrupción.
Apologies for interrupting. Let me reword the question once again. I was referring to the following. How do you monitor the service providers, the private service providers, to ensure or to guarantee quality of services, and also ensure that these private service providers respect these principles and also respect, in this particular case, the CRPD? So once again, what mechanisms, oversight mechanisms do you have? The Chair, could you kindly answer? Once again, just to remind you that our time is limited.
Thank you. Once again, there is the system of complaints. So where complaints are lodged, it will be monitored from the private sector. There is no routine monitoring system for identifying the services from the government on the private sector. But monitoring is done in the government facilities by the quality division at the Ministry of Health on time to time, on the service provision as well as the competency of the health professionals. I hope that answers. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Natalia Guala. Are you happy with these answers? Thank you, Chair, very much. We take note of those answers. And once again, thank you very much for the answers. May I now move on to Article 18, displacement and nationality. Could I ask the delegation to address two different issues under this article? First of all, in the report responding to our list of issues, you tell us that any birth in the Maldives grants nationality, whether the child is born of Maldivian citizens or aliens. But we have a question to you on this, and that is, when you register these births, the general birth registry, not the registry of persons with disabilities, but the birth registry, have you designed it in such a way that persons with disabilities can autonomously, independently register their children? The Chair, could you kindly answer?
I would like to request Ms. Mazia to answer the question on Article 18.
Thank you, Attorney General. If I may just clarify to the esteemed committee, in terms of acquiring Maldivian citizenship, it's governed in our constitution. There are two instances, a child born to a Maldivian citizen and children born to foreigners who would be later able to acquire Maldivian citizenship through the register through the codified regimes in the law. In terms of registration, yes, what you pointed out is correct. Every child born in the Maldives will be registered, and that's according to a 2022 law act pertaining to birth and death registration and the issuance of birth certificates and Maldivian national identity cards. So registering a child born in the Maldives is now mandatory. But in terms of making the register accessible, there are limitations to this, and at this point in time, it's a form that's filled out, which might not necessarily be very accessible to persons with disabilities. That said, plans are underway to ensure that the DNR mechanism is the national registration mechanism is made accessible to persons with disabilities. Just to add on to that, the Department for National Registration, which is the primary mandate holder in this regard, they have special operating procedures and regulations in terms of providing alternative accessible formats. A Braille for persons with visual disabilities is currently being considered when we will be rolling out the smart identity card design, where on an ad hoc basis in circumstances where individuals with disabilities, not necessarily born disabilities, but medically induced disabilities are also seeking services from the department. This is facilitated through alternative arrangements, which is not necessarily formalized, but accessibility accommodations are made to ensure that the delivery of the documentation is at a location physically accessible to them. In terms of passport issuance, which is also a pertinent component of registration and identity, even though it was not included in the question, I would just like to inform the committee that, again, there are ad hoc mechanisms in place to make sure that individual needs are assessed and streamlined service counters are available to them even throughout the operating hours, so that they're able to access the passport issuance services as well. That's all. Thank you.
Gracias. Señora Natalia.
Thank you, Ms. Natalia Guala. Just a reminder, we are pressed for time, very pressed for time. Thank you very much, Chair. Okay, because of time, I will make a query to you about Article 18 concerning aliens who live in the Maldives, specifically migrants with disabilities. What migration policies do you have in place, and how do migrants with disabilities, namely persons who have arrived in the Maldives with a disability or who have acquired a disability in the Maldives for whatever reason, how can these people be registered? Do you have disaggregated information about migrants with disabilities? And do migrants with disabilities do they have the right to receive social services, education, employment, and the support which persons with disabilities who are Maldivians receive or entitled to? Could you be very concrete in your answers? I don't want details about the services, but rather to know what is your migration policy, and what are the requirements or the limitations that persons with disabilities who are migrants encounter in the Maldives? Thank you very much, says the Chair. If you could answer, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask Ms. Faina to answer the questions on Article 18, specifically migrants with disabilities.
Thank you, Attorney General. Um, a national migrant health policy has been launched in July of 2025. This policy aims to improve the health and well-being of all foreigners in the Maldives by ensuring access to healthcare services at all stages of the migration cycle. And it promotes multi-sector coordination to enhance disease prevention and provide timely treatment and address barriers to healthcare within a sustainable and inclusive health system. We could provide details of how a reasonable accommodation is provided for migrants under this, for migrants with disabilities under this migrant health policy. We can provide that information in writing. Thank you.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you. Ms. Natalia Guala, the floor is back to you. Microphone, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Could I ask the delegation, when they next take the floor, to elaborate on the migration policy, and in particular on how migrant persons with disabilities can avail themselves of that policy, and shifting also straight away to Article 19. You've talked to us about the IBAMA initiative, and are you carrying out a study on the impact that this initiative has had or is having? You said you have a survey. Do you have results from that survey? And if so, could you share with us what measures you are now intending to adopt on the basis of the outcome of that survey? For example, it could be plans for people to live in community, or for persons with disabilities to be allowed to acquire property. Thank you. Thank you, says the Chair. Mr. Attorney General, could you kindly answer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request Mr. Ahmad Atif to give a reply to the question on our IBAMA initiative.
Thank you, Attorney General. IBAMA, how the decentralized social groups work is because that is the first hand our intervention group that works in the islands, and then uh, so far we haven't done a thorough study of impact, but there are anecdotal, like, records or incidences where we get the impact of IBAMA. One area is the empowerment of the island communities to deal with vulnerable groups, in particular people with disabilities, in terms of their registration, in terms of their basic provisions, in terms of their rights. And then the feedback that we get initially after each training is that they feel a sense of more ownership in terms of implementing island-based interventions for vulnerable groups. In this incident, it's particularly people with disabilities. And also in the recent past, we have introduced this community-based rehabilitation module or the training into the IBAMA training. So which has given more light, more confidence to these IBAMA social groups, where they feel more confident in terms of dealing with people with disabilities. And also we have seen that that is our decentralized eye to check in terms of the basic social protection mechanisms are in place. For example, the disability allowance, how the caretakers, they utilize the disability allowance, how the living conditions of persons with disability, how the assistive devices we can channel into the right channel to the island communities. So they work as decentralized monitoring eyes for us. Well, the National Action Plan on Persons with Disability, which is the National Action Plan, has focuses in terms of undertaking thorough research into how the social protection mechanism actually works. And also the IBAMA program was initially drafted in consultation with the UNICEF, with an expert, how the IBAMA group, how all the entire IBAMA program was implemented trial through the consultative process from the UNICEF. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Ms. Natalia Wala. Thank you, Chair. May I circle back to the issue of housing? The public policy says that between 3 and 5% of housing must be set aside for persons with disabilities, and that is a recent law that has been passed. Could you tell us how many homes, what percentage of homes have actually been handed over to persons with disabilities, and what is the procedure for persons with disabilities to be entitled to be given these homes? And how could you transfer this policy to other areas? And what plans do you have to promote independent living for persons with disabilities in their own communities, and in particular persons who have an intellectual or psychosocial disability? Thank you very much. As the Chair, if you could kindly move on to answering these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Eji. Updates on housing in the HERE project. We are very happy to note that a specific category was allocated for individuals or persons with disabilities, and that aggregated to up to 200 housing units. In terms of the procedure, in all housing schemes, applicants with a disability or those caring for a person with a disability, they're awarded an additional 10 points in the assessment process. In addition to this, plans underway through the housing bill that is currently being deliberated at the Parliament, has two specific components that addresses housing. It allocates housing for persons with disabilities, and also earmarks specific measures that should be implemented to ensure that such housing units are physically accessible to persons with disabilities. In terms of overarching housing policy, which is a key priority for the government at this point in time, the government has allocated 1.5 billion, which is the 1.5 billion Maldivian rupiah, which is the largest housing budget in the history of Maldives, for different housing projects across 58 islands. This is projected to include plans to build 12,000 more than 12,900 housing units nationwide. In terms of the Greater Mala region, which is the location for the major concentration of Maldivian population, major land reclamation and housing projects are underway, including Gurifaru, Giravarufaru, Hulumale, and Rasmale projects, which will be aiming to provide permanent housing solutions in that area. We we would also like to note that a significantly large budget has been allocated for Sharia-compliant housing loans to allow Maldivians and citizens to build or improve their residential situation on private land. Housing crisis is something that the entire Maldivian population is facing, and we are committed to make special allowances where necessary and where needed to ensure that persons with disabilities are able to have access to these schemes. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. There was the other part of the question put by Ms. Walla with regards to what measures you are taking to enable persons with disabilities to live independently, especially persons with intellectual or psychosocial disabilities. Thank you. If you could kindly.
Thank you. I would like to intervene on the part where the independent living for allocated housing. I think government has had various engagements starting from 2013. Initially, the housing units allocated. Major adjustments were made in terms of their the category of allocation. For example, a person with a physical challenge might need to be relocated. The minor adjustments were made in terms of mobility in the housing units. The authority developed the housing units, and also our ministry, which is Ministry of Social and Family Development, as well as the City Council, we intervened, and also we reformed the housing units into their various needs. Also in terms of the accessibility, in terms of the going out from the house. I don't know how I can put this, because I think this is the most congested, I think, the lane I think in the world, like, you know, the Male, the capital city. Then you can imagine the amount of challenges. However, the state has made arrangements for physical accessibility for those who are residing in the areas where they need to be provisions, additional provisions made for the payment, as well as for the curbs, the lead into the road. So, and then I would like to highlight on the new developments in the infrastructure, that all accessibility arrangements are made. When it just to comment on the area of accommodations for intellectual disability, with the limited professional resources, technical people we have actually given within our capacity what adjustments within the house they can make in terms of their independent living, be it the mobility issue, be it, like, you know, understanding their intellectual need and how things can be arranged. That on a case basis, our ministry, we intervene when we get the we identify the need. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to have a 10-minute break now, and we'll be back at 4:15. Thank you.
Vamos a continuar con estas.
We're going to continue. And I'm now going to give the floor to members who were not part of the task force in case they have any follow-up questions on cluster 2. If anybody would like to take the floor, please raise your flag.
¿Quién fue primero? Señora Getty Fefuame.
Ms. Fifwami, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, distinguished delegation. My questions are on Article 16. So the first one is that what steps is the state taking to protect persons with disabilities, particularly elderly persons, from financial exploitation, including misuse of pensions? Number two, how does the state plan to improve interagency coordination between enforcement bodies, such as the state police bodies, Family Protection Authority, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Gender, Family and Social Affairs, responding to issues of exploitation and abuse of persons with disabilities? The last one, oh, a minute, I'll be there. Okay.
Gracias. ¿Terminó?
Abuse committed against, should I start? Yes. Oh, sorry, okay. What step is the state taking to monitor and prevent abuse committed under the guise of spiritual healing practices, such as RUCA, especially where persons with disabilities, including women and children with disabilities, are involved? Thank you. So these are the three. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. If you don't mind, please, could you answer these questions, delegation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask Mr. Ahmed Atif to answer the three questions related to Article 16.
Thank you, Attorney General. First of all, I would like to engage on the issue of the exploitation of the allowance given to persons with disability, especially like elderly people. Previously, we have mentioned about our decentralized implementation mechanism, IBAMA. IBAMA members, they consist of various sectoral members who are leading in the sectors like health, education, island council. They often do regular visits to persons with disability, and also, in fact, from the Decentralized Act, the Island Council are mandated quarterly to do visits to every household of vulnerable groups, including people with disability. And then the visits, they include IBAMA members who they check on the vulnerability of that household, including there is a specific vulnerability index we use at the Ministry of Social and Family Development, wherein if they identify any issues of exploitation, and then island level interventions are made. If necessary, the case is referred to us for central level engagement as well. And I would like to highlight as well, on a larger scale, we also have the Halukine, which is just visiting households and checking how initially the households, they actually are doing in terms of in case if there's a vulnerability issues. And also these teams, they identify sports where the social protection issues are violated or including exploitation, and also the cases are referred to the various teams, and then we do the national level interventions in terms of how to help or in terms of any other actions need to be taken. Thank you.
Some additional information. We would like to give some additional information regarding the questions raised by the distinguished member. I would like to ask Ms. Faina Fayaz to respond.
Thank you, Attorney General. On the question of healing practices such as Ruqya, it is supposed to be practiced as a healing practice. However, when it's used as a disguise for abuse, it is it is a criminal offense in the Maldives. There was one specific incident in 2020 when this did occur. There were two perpetrators and criminal charges, multiple criminal charges were raised against those two perpetrators. Cases are ongoing at the criminal court. So therefore, if it is carried out the way that it is supposed to be carried out, that's fine enough. However, if it is used as a disguise for abuse, the Maldives Police Service will investigate the matter just as any other criminal investigation. Thank you.
Lastly, on the question of our plans to improve interagency coordination between enforcement bodies, I think there's some information which Ministry of Education representatives would like to give.
Thank you, AG. With regards to the education system, we have what we call an attendance policy that stipulates that if a student do not attend school without valid excuse, the school is supposed to do a home visit to see, amongst other things, if they are subjected to any form of violence, torture, or exploitation. And if found, school will alert the social protection services. This is especially for children with disabilities. But also, with regard to any child. The home visit will be alerted if they do not attend school for more than 5 days, or if they keep missing out on school. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Mr. Mohamed, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you again for distinguished delegation. I have two or three points or questions, and I think they are under one umbrella. I'm personally from Arabic and Islamic country, and to me, I was a little bit shocked when I heard your answer about why you can't decriminalize the suicide attempt, and you referred this to Sharia and to the Islamic law. Of course, here we will not discuss technical issues in details, but my recommendation, and it's just a recommendation, there could be in the future a technical dialogue, for example, and exchange some experience and knowledge with similar context, cultural and like religion countries, in order to maybe have different angle when you interpret what is against, and literally I mean against, for example, the Islamic law. I think for this reason, and I would like to hear your answer, in your constitution, you put for as a precondition to be a member in the cabinet, in People Majlis, which is the parliament, of course, the president, in the government, that person shall be quote unquote sound of mind. And for us as a committee and for the CRPD general principles and other related provisions, this is very, I would say, discriminatory provision, in particular with the expected interpretation for this phrase, and it put restriction on persons with psychosocial disabilities. So my question is, for the legal capacity, to what measures you took in order to make a real reform, in order to constitute, provide supported decision-making practices and model, and get rid of guardianship for persons with disabilities, in particular persons with intellectual, persons with psychosocial disability. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor Muhanan.
Thank you. Please, could you answer this question specifically? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your recommendation, and we take all of your observations. We note all your observations. In terms of alignment with CRPD, currently, as we've mentioned before, the Disability Act is being reviewed. So during the review process, we should be able to bridge any gaps and try to even look at the whole legal system and see if we can fully align it with the CRPD provisions. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Now we're going to continue.
Hacer su pregunta, por favor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the delegation for their answers to our questions. I had a couple of questions in relation to Article 13, access to justice. And the first deals with the measures that have been or will be taken to ensure that accommodations are available for persons with disabilities in criminal detention centers or other types of custodial settings, and how this will be enforced. I'm also curious about the steps taken to develop accessible grievance mechanisms for persons with disabilities that are all available, at all levels. So whether it's in the judicial process or whether it's in detention, etc. And if you could just give a bit more information, perhaps, about the steps that have been taken to make sure that they're accessible and how they're being enforced. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor back to the distinguished delegation to answer.
Thank you for that question. Just to highlight on the accessible services or the accessibility arrangements in detention, unfortunately, at this point in time, in terms of prisons in Maldives, there are no significant accessibility arrangements made except for one detention center. And in terms of administrative arrangements, Maldives Correctional Services would transfer any person with disabilities who's in detention to this accessible facility. However, a forward-looking policy of the government is that the new prisons complex that is going to be built, accessibility considerations will be taken into account in its designing phase. In terms of the accessibility of the grievance mechanisms at all levels, previously I've highlighted that there are some steps being taken to ensure accessibility in the judicial sector, both in terms of the physical accessibility of courts, as well as support that's being set up in the family court to ensure that persons with disabilities, inclusive of persons with disabilities, are given support in terms of filing documentation at the court. Within the detention system or within the criminal justice system, unfortunately there are no specific mechanisms in place for persons with disabilities to be able to lodge complaints. In practice, usually correctional officers would extend their support to persons with disabilities who are in detention. That being said, these alternative mechanisms will be put in place to ensure that the grievance reaches the necessary institution in confidence. I would like to note that all communications to the Human Rights Commission of Maldives with regard to any torture, cruel or inhuman or degrading treatment, any complaint that's sent to the Inspector of Corrections with regard to the condition of detention will be conveyed in confidence. But we do acknowledge that this is an area that requires a lot of effort, and we are committed to implementing that as necessary and as much as our capacity allows. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. With Mr. Mackney's permission, I will give the floor directly to Ms. Dondrodoc for her to start questions on question 3, 21 to 30. Ms. Donch, you have the floor.
So, thank you, Chair. So the first, I would like to raise questions under Article 20. So, information received indicated that the National Social Protection Agency provides support for assistive devices, including mobility aids. Only it provides the partial subsidies. So the remaining cost must be covered by the individual with disabilities. So resulting of this, many persons with disabilities, including those live in outer islands and other economically disadvantaged areas, are not able to be included in that services because of that financial burdens associated with the remaining cost. Information also indicated that the range of the assistive devices that are available to the current support scheme is limited. Furthermore, there is a shortage of the orientation and mobility experts and teachers that can provide the needed mobility training to persons with disabilities. So my question is, so what steps is the state party taken to address these issues? More concretely, please indicate the measures to ensure that persons with disabilities have access to assistive devices, technologies, including the mobility aids of their choice and at the affordable costs without any financial burdens. The second question is, also, how do you ensure that persons with disabilities
Microphone.
Disabilities are supported by the local level, by the orientation mobility teachers to receive the needed training. So my next question is, so measures taken to ensure that persons with disabilities have equal access to obtaining driver license by introducing and enforcing the reasonable accommodation in the driver testing and licensing processes. So my last question is there any legal measures in the state party to exempt persons with disabilities, customs, tariffs, and other customs when they purchase assistive devices from abroad? And lastly, how do you ensure that needed maintenance and referral services to assistive devices are available at the local level? So this is my questions under Article 20. After having your answer, I will move to another article. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Dortach. May I give the floor back to the distinguished delegation for answers?
Madam Chair, thank you, distinguished member. I would like to request Mr. Ahmed Atif to respond to the questions related to Article 20.
Thank you, Attorney General. Considering the day of the time, I hope I have understood the full exhaustive list of questions. One is on the nature of the current assistive device distribution practice and how it reaches to islands. And the other one is what are the revisions that are in place for the revision of current practice on the assistive devices. And then how it can be affordable for, and also on the regional basis. The other one was targeted to driving license, and the other one was those assistive devices that are brought in, imported, how the customs tariffs can be waived. Just to start with the National Social Protection Agency, we have been engaging with on a request basis for any type of assistive devices that are requested based on the available budget and also on the need. The National Social Protection Agency has been providing these assistive devices for persons with disability. And then we realized that it needs to be strengthened. So the currently work is almost completed for a revised assistive priority list for the nation with consultation from the WHO, and also wider consultations, like last 1 year we have been conducting with an expert from the WHO consultation how what type of assistive devices are needed and how it can be provided considering the geographic makeup of the nation. And also this the whole consultative process includes how the sensitization for people with disabilities, also those professionals who use them, it will be in that plan. So hopefully when this is rolled out, hopefully early next year, I think entirely the concern will be, I think, addressed, targeting around the assistive devices. And also in terms of driving license, our ministry, we get case by cases on issues where accommodation is needed. And also we would like to state to the committee, there are people with disabilities now with driving license we know that. So hopefully the individual accommodations that we work with transport ministry are working. I'm not saying there's a mainstream system where, but in case if the transport authority identifies a need for accommodation, they work with our technical people how the driving test can be adapted and accommodated to them. Finally, in terms of custom tariffs, there has been incidences where any material imported to the country on a case by cases, there has been incidences where the customs tariff is levied, but it's on a case by case basis where we feel that the need for the community and for the entire community of persons with disability is at large of advantage. We work with the relevant authorities to waive that, and it would be the case And I think in terms of the assistive devices, it will be addressed in the previous list that we have mentioned in case if someone wants to import it to the country. I hope that suffices your concern. Thank you.
Thank you for your clear answer. So now I would like to move Article 21. So I learned that Article 27, 28, 29 of the Maldivian Constitution guarantees the right to freedom of expression, thought, and the access information in your constitution. But it seems that these provisions are not effectively enforced for persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities continue to face barriers in accessing public information and communication, including accessing information through television programs, websites, and other media services such as IFAF. You recently launched National Digital Identity Portal. You developed these things. So those things are not accessible. So persons with disabilities face challenges. Also, we received the information that there are only 2 sign language interpreters and only 2 accessible websites in the state party. So we received this information. Also, I can say that there are lack of comprehensive and regulatory framework to guarantee right of persons with disabilities to receive and seek information in accessible formats in accordance to the convention. So I think that there are gaps in providing information and communication in accessible formats for persons with disabilities, particularly for persons with deafblind, persons with psychosocial and intellectual disabilities, persons who are blind and deaf. So my question is, first I would like to know your plan. How to ensure the implementation of those particular articles from 27 to 29 of your constitution to guarantee that all persons with disabilities are having an equal opportunity to enjoy their right, freedom of expression, thought, speech, and access information. By ensuring accessibility of the public mass media, television, website, and other platforms. The second question is, I would like to know your plan, whether you have a plan to review your existing legislations, maybe to make some amendment, the relevant ones, 1 and 2, bring them compliant with the Article 21 of the Convention in order to ensure that persons with disabilities can receive and seek public information in accessible formats. When I talk about accessible formats, it's the variety of accessibility, including sign language, braille, audio description, DAISY format, etc. So I would like to know your plan to have the legal framework on that issue. Then lastly, I would like to know whether you have a plan to conduct awareness raising, including training program for your public officials on the accessible information, particularly on the Article 21 of the Convention. Lastly, I would like to know your plan to officially recognize Maldivian Sign Language in your legislation and the measures to train more sign language interpreters in your country. Thank you.
Adelante.
Please go ahead, distinguished delegation.
With permission from Attorney General, I would like to comment on the concern raised. Again, I hope I'm able to visit those exhaustive of list of questions. Let me reiterate in terms of, I think from the situation analysis, what we have understood was that accessibility is a major issue that as a state that we acknowledge. And from the National Action Plan on Disability Inclusion addresses the entire gap and the need, which is a 5 years plan for us. Hopefully it will roll out from next January onwards. In terms of the plan, I think definitely the National Action Plan will encompass these needs. Since repeatedly the accessibility issue came, I would like to, for the entire awareness for the information of the committee, that in terms of accessibility, the context in the Maldives is for people with visual impairment. They recommend screen and reading softwares like desktop, non-visual desktop access or other softwares. And then in terms of, I think the accessibility, I think we'll have to check the information, how many websites. But in terms of the biggest barrier we identified from the persons with disability who are visually impaired was the reading of Divehi language. Divehi language reading, hopefully the matter will be resolved and the Divehi reading screen facility or software will be available within next few months. The UNDP of Maldives is working in order to bridge that gap, and then we have done the test piloting as well. So hopefully for the people with visual impairment, the screen reading both English and Divehi, hopefully it will be able. And then all the websites, it will be mostly, I think what you mentioned was the websites, the text in Divehi, I think that's my understanding. In terms of the sign language, in terms of accessibility, information accessibility for persons with hearing impairment, the number of interpreters that we can, but as long as, it's just very limited number of persons who are there on their interest basis, they work. But as an intervention, our state is committed to continue wider training programs, which we have already shared to the community for sign language interpretation generally. I think it's 136 so far we have. It's the general basic sign language. And already I have mentioned and also would like to reiterate that a sign language Maldives Qualification Authority accredited course is now announced for the training. So hopefully these bigger interventions in terms of building capacity would minimize, I think, the challenges in terms of the hearing, the access information for people with hearing impairment. In terms of awareness, I think we have given exhaust list of activities that we do through our various programs from various sectors. And also in terms of awareness, particularly the assistive devices list, as well as the programs that we conduct on a regular basis through all our channels. I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Chair.
So thank you for your answers. Yes. So now I would like to move the Article 23. We also learned that persons with disabilities, particularly persons with intellectual and or the psychosocial disabilities, are continue to face barriers in terms of exercising their right to marry, family, parenthood, and relationships due to stigma and stereotypes about them. Also, we received information indicating that in many cases, parents and family members of persons with disabilities make important decisions on behalf of a person with disability, member of the person with disabilities, particularly in areas, I can say that such as healthcare, adoption, and the family planning. Without ensuring their meaningful participation even in the family level. Regarding this, we received information about the cases that women with deaf women and also the women with physically disabled, because of their pressure made by their family members, they were sterilized because of the pressure made by their family members. So the reason of such things are happening is explained as follows: because family members believe that or understood that the persons with disabilities are not able to raise children, not able to enjoy the right to family or parenthood, and also this is because of the due to lack of needed supports or services to enable persons with disabilities improve their independence and improve their social participants. So such kind of things are happening, and we receive such cases. So additionally, some family members and parents confine persons with disabilities to their homes, believing that home is safe environment and making them too isolated from the community. So my question is, so whether state party has any comprehensive plan to combat such a negative stigma and stereotypes against persons with disabilities, particularly persons with psychosocial and intellectual disabilities, to ensure that they have an equal opportunity to exercise their right to family, parenthood, relationship, and etc. Also, I would like to know whether you have any measures to ensure that family with disabled members, on other hand, the parents with disabled child have been received the adequate support and services to exercise their parenthood rights and to raise their children at home by receiving the needed services and supports for their child. So this is my question. So thank you very much.
Adelante.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request Mr. Ahmad Atif to answer some of the questions related to Article 23.
Thank you, Attorney General. Before I forget, I will start from where she ended. The family, the support and the rights, I think. Ministry of Social and Family Development, as a whole, state recognizes a family is an integral component for any social intervention. So when it comes to people with disability, our mechanisms is a family approach, where we take an audit of what are the underlying issues around the family. When it comes to disability, also when it comes to at large the social protection, we have a screen mechanism where we identify. The target question was on particularly for particular group of persons with disability. One mechanism where we support is financial support. We have financial support when the family is subjected more social risk of isolation, and then there are mechanisms where we increase the social protection allowances. if the number of people living in one household gets increased, the number allocated to the family also gets increased. As per the report submitted, I think the minimum is basic allowance is 3,000 and 3,000 Maldivian, that is local currency, up to 7,000. So based on the vulnerability and also the need of the family. And the other way we support the family is psychosocial support, where in terms of understanding, in terms of coping, to live, to manage people with disability, this family gets support. And also in terms of individual family cases, if we get, whether we need to continuously support on their employment, on their accessibility, on their housing, ministry actually takes individual family as a case, and then we work throughout to support these families where they are actually lifted from the poverty, be it, or is it the employment. So there's a mechanism in place for us to work closely. Going to the first part, which is the deaf women and then the physical women with physical disability. Let me clear, was the question on the, sorry.
Thank you. I will give the more clarification. I raised that case due to, I would like to know whether state party have any targeted awareness raising program besides to the public for the family with disabled members to educate them about the rights of persons with disabilities and ability to exercise their rights to family, parenthood, relationship, etc. So I would like to know these things, whether you have targeted awareness raising program for family members. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of, I think the two categories mentioned is women with women with hearing impairment and women with physical impairment. We have numerous awareness programs. I think the committee is aware that from morning we have been sharing an exhaustive list of engagements we have in terms of awareness. In particular, for your question, I would like to reiterate on the women empowerment that we focus on. We have conducted several women empowerment programs starting from kickstart funds for them to start some economic activity, as well in terms of their employment, in terms of their participation as well. So the ministry, in collaboration with various NGOs working for the persons with disability, we identify target groups in terms of category that we are focusing in the particular question, and then we conduct interventions. So yes, activities, interventions, and also awareness programs are underway in our annual work plan. I'm sure that's the case with the other sectors as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As a follow-up that, just please indicate how the state party prevent, what measures has been taken by state party to prevent such kind of things not more taken place in a family level. Do we have any specific measures to prevent such kind of things?
Sorry to ask for elaboration. Can you just be very specific on what issues?
I mentioned two cases happened to the deaf woman and physically impaired woman. So what measures are you going to plan to ensure that such kind of incidents is not happening further at the family level? Do you have any plan on that issue to prevention mechanisms?
Sorry, would like to get the views of, is it the forced sterilization that mentioned?
The forced sterilization happened at the family level because of their pressure by their parents. So just I would like to know, do you have any specific plan to prevent such kind of things is not happening at the family level? How do you evaluate and monitor such kind of things?
Thank you. I would like, from health, I would like to in Maldives, the government provides family planning services at all levels of healthcare, and provision of these services available to all persons without discrimination, even to couples with disabilities. With regard to forced sterilization by parents and family members, I would like to note that the healthcare professionals who provide family planning services has to follow the National Family Planning Guidelines, which specifically prescribes the conditions and the indications where sterilizations have to be conducted or offered to individuals. So based on these guidelines, requests because of a disability is not considered. It's mainly based on health risks to the mother and other medical conditions or indications that are available. So I would just emphasize that forced sterilization is actually prevented because of these guidelines that are there. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for your answer. Now I will move to the Article 24. So I learned that your inclusive education policy has been revised in 2021. I could say that's one step progress in terms of ensuring the implementation of the inclusive education. But after having the detailed look at to that policy, I can say that it's not fully compliant with the convention, because it doesn't recognize the reasonable accommodation, doesn't recognize the needs of the student with psychosocial and intellectual disabilities, etc. So the head of the delegation in the morning during his opening remarks, he highlighted that now state party in the process to revise all existing legislations in order to bring them in line with the convention. So my question is, the first question is relating that whether a state party has any plan to revise that your inclusive education policy in the make them compliant with the convention, particularly Article 24. So my next question is, in your state's report, is a replies to the list of issues. Yes, you give some numbers on including the children with disabilities education level. So beside that, I also would like to provide the brief data on the children with disabilities just who are currently out of education by some reasons, and just I would like to give them some specific number on that. So my third question is about, I would like to know your concrete plan or strategy to ensure the effective implementation of the inclusive education, considering that every children with disabilities have been provided with the reasonable accommodation based on their individual needs, and ensuring that all teachers are trained on the inclusive education concept and the sign language and Braille and other alternative and communication and information methods, and also ensure that physical environment of the school environment, etc. So please provide the concrete plan to ensure effective implementation on inclusive education. So okay, after having reply on these questions, I will put forward remaining 3 questions. Thank you.
Adelante, distinguida delegación.
Please go ahead.
I would like to request the delegation representative from the Ministry of Education to answer the questions on Article 24.
Thank you. With the revision of the inclusive education policy in 2021, there was one significant change with regards to the individualized plans that the students with disabilities would receive in the schools. So from previously, which was an individualized education plan, which concentrated on behavioral goals, the individualized curriculum plan was introduced with the introduction of the new inclusive education policy. And the individualized curriculum plan would explicitly stipulate the adaptations that would be made with respect to the child that that individualized curriculum plan was made for. The individualized curriculum plan would be made in consultation with the parent, with the student, and with the teachers. And in each school, there is an individualized, in each school, there is a curriculum ICP committee that would lead the process. With regards to explicitly stating it, because it is embedded in the ICP, I take upon that suggestion, and we would look into revision of it and, making it explicitly seen in the inclusive education policy. The second question, with regard to children with disabilities who are out of school, currently we have a mechanism of all children who are enrolled in school, whether they are attending or not. We look into the numbers on a quarterly basis. And if we identify any children who are not out of school, then we would, any child who is out of school, we would make proper interventions, whether they are children with disabilities or not. On a daily basis, schools are required to look into the attendance of each and every child that is enrolled in schools. We are in the process of putting in an extensive education information system. And we hope that once the education information system is in place, we will be able to track those who are in the national registry who are not in school. And with that, we would be making interventions, and we will be making provisions for children who are out of school to come into the system. With regards to the trainings, we do understand and we acknowledge that all teachers need to be trained on inclusive education policy and on inclusion as well. And every day we give utmost importance to it. And we have so far 541 school teachers across all atolls have been trained on ICP training. We have reached 4,090 teachers. On inclusive education orientation, we delivered 200 school, we delivered it to 200
you.